from its likeness to one recorded in Scripture, is it not trifling to ask whether such an occurrence comes up to the definition of a miracle? The question is not whether it is formally a miracle, but whether it is an event, the like of which persons, who deny that miracles continue, will consent that the Church should be considered still able to perform. If they are willing to allow to the Church such extraordinary protection, it is for them to draw the line to the satisfaction of people in general, between these and strictly miraculous events. If, on the other hand, they deny their occurrence in the times of the Church, then there is sufficient reason for our appealing here to the history of Arius in proof of the affirmative. Apologia. These remarks, thus made upon the thundering legion and the death of Arius, must be applied, in consequence of investigations made since the date of my essay, to the apparent miracle wrought in favor of the African confessors in the Vandal persecution. Their tongues were cut out by the Arian tyrant, and yet they spoke as before. In my essay I insisted on this fact as being strictly miraculous. Among other remarks, referring to the instances adduced by Middleton and others in disparagement of the miracle, viz. of a girl born without a tongue, who yet talked as distinctly and easily, as if she had enjoyed the full benefit of that organ, and of a boy who lost his tongue at the age of 8 or 9, yet retained his speech, whether perfectly or not. I said, does Middleton mean to say, that, if certain of men lost their tongues at the command of a tyrant for the sake of their religion, and then spoke as plainly as before, nay, if only one person was so mutilated and so gifted, it would not be a miracle? PCCX. And I enlarged upon the minute details of the fact as reported to us by eyewitnesses and contemporaries. Out of the 7 writers adduced, 6 are contemporaries, 3, if not 4, are eyewitnesses of the miracle. 1 reports from an eyewitness, and 1 testifies to a fervent record at the burial place of the subjects of it. All 7 were living, or had been staying, at one or other of the 2 places which are mentioned as their abode. 1 is a pope, a 2nd a Catholic bishop, a 3rd a bishop of a schismatical party, a 4th an emperor, a 5th a soldier, a politician and a suspected infidel, a 6th a statesman and courtier, a 7th a rhetorician and philosopher. He cut out the tongues by the roots, says Victor, Bishop of Vito. I perceived the tongues entirely gone by the roots, says Aeneas, as low down as the throat, says Procopius, at the roots, say Justinian and Saint Gregory. He spoke like an educated man, without impediment, says Victor of Vito, with articulateness, says Aeneas, better than before. They talked without any impediment, says Procopius, speaking with perfect voice, says Marcellinus. They spoke perfectly, even to the end. Says the 2nd Victor, the words were formed, full, and perfect, says Saint Gregory. PK8. However, a few years ago an article appeared in Notes and Queries, No. for May 22, 1858, in which various evidence was adduced to show that the tongue is not necessary for articulate speech. One Colonel Churchill, in his Lebanon, speaking of the cruelties of Jezar Pasha, in extracting to the root the tongues of some emirs, adds, it is a curious fact, however, that the tongues grow again sufficiently for the purposes of speech. 2 Sir John Malcolm, in his Sketches of Persia, speaks of Zab, Khan of Kisht, who was condemned to lose his tongue. This mandate, he says, was imperfectly executed, and the loss of half this member deprived him of speech. Being afterwards persuaded that its being cut close to the root would enable him to speak so as to be understood, he submitted to the operation, and the effect has been, that his voice, though indistinct and thick, is yet intelligible to persons accustomed to converse with him. I am not an anatomist, and I cannot therefore give a reason, why a man, who could not articulate with half a tongue, should speak when he had none at all, but the facts are as stated. 3. And Sir John McNeill says, in answer to your inquiries about the powers of speech retained by persons who have had their tongues cut out, I can state from personal observation, that several persons whom I knew in Persia, who had been subjected to that punishment, spoke so intelligibly as to be able to transact important business. The conviction in Persia is universal, that the power of speech is destroyed by merely cutting off the tip of the tongue, and is to a useful extent restored by cutting off another portion as far back as a perpendicular section can be made of the portion that is free from attachment at the lower surface. I never had to meet with a person who had suffered this punishment, who could not speak so as to be quite intelligible to his familiar associates. I should not be honest, if I professed to be simply converted, by these testimonies, to the belief that there was nothing miraculous in the case of the African confessors. It is quite as fair to be sceptical on one side of the question as on the other, and if Gibbon is considered worthy of praise for his stubborn incredulity in receiving the evidence for this miracle, I do not see why I am to be blamed, if I wish to be quite sure of the full appositeness of the recent evidence which is brought to its disadvantage. Questions of fact cannot be disproved by analogies or presumptions, the inquiry must be made into the particular case in all its parts, as it comes before us. Meanwhile, I fully allow that the points of evidence brought in disparagement of the miracle are prima facie of such cogency, that, till they are proved to be irrelevant, Catholics are prevented from appealing to it for controversial purposes. Note C on page 153. Sermon on Wisdom and Innocence. The professed basis of the charge of lying and equivocation made against me, and, in my person, against the Catholic clergy, was, as I have already noticed in the preface, a certain sermon of mine on wisdom and innocence, being the 20th in a series of sermons on subjects of the day, written, preached, and published while I was an Anglican. Of this sermon my accuser spoke thus in his pamphlet. It is occupied entirely with the attitude of the world to Christians and the Church. By the world appears to be signified, especially, the Protestant public of these realms, what Dr. Newman means by Christians, and the Church, he has not left in doubt, for in the preceding sermon he says, but if the truth must be spoken, what are the humble monk and the holy nun, and other regulars, as they are called, but Christians after the very pattern given us in Scripture, and c. This is his definition of Christians. And in the sermon itself, he sufficiently defines what he means by the Church, in 2 notes of her character, which he shall give in his own words, what, for instance, though we grant that sacramental confession and the celibacy of the clergy do tend to consolidate the body politic in the relation of rulers and subjects, or, in other words, to aggrandize the priesthood? For how can the Church be one body without such relation? pp. 8, 9. He then proceeded to analyze and comment on it at great length, and to criticize severely the method and tone of my sermons generally. Among other things, he said what, then, did the sermon mean? Why was it preached? To insinuate that a church which had sacramental confession and a celibate clergy was the only true church? Or to insinuate that the admiring young gentlemen who listened to him stood to their fellow countrymen in the relation of the early Christians to the heathen Romans? Or that Queen Victoria's government was to the Church of England what Nero's or Diocletian's was to the Church of Rome? It may have been so. I know that men used to suspect Dr. Newman. I have been inclined to do so myself, of writing a whole sermon, not for the sake of the text or of the matter, but for the sake of one single passing hint, one phrase, one epithet, one little barbed arrow, which, as he swept magnificently past on the stream of his calm eloquence, seemingly unconscious of all presences, save those unseen, he delivered unheeded, as with his fingertip, to the very heart of an initiated hearer, never to be withdrawn. Again, I do not blame him for that. It is one of the highest triumphs of oratoric power, and may be employed honestly and fairly by any person who has the skill to do it honestly and fairly. But then, why did he entitle his sermon Wisdom and Innocence? What, then, could I think that Dr. Newman meant? I found a preacher bidding Christians imitate, to some undefined point, the arts of the basest of animals, and of men, and of the devil himself. I found him, by a strange perversion of Scripture, insinuating that St. Paul's conduct and manner were such as naturally to bring down on him the reputation of being a crafty deceiver. I found him horrible to say it, even hinting the same of one greater than St. Paul. I found him denying or explaining away the existence of that priestcraft, which is a notorious fact to every honest student of history, and justifying, as far as I can understand him, that double-dealing by which prelates, in the Middle Age, too often played off alternately the sovereign against the people, and the people against the sovereign, careless which was in the right, so long as their own power gained by the move. I found him actually using of such, and, as I thought, of himself and his party likewise, the words they yield outwardly, to assent inwardly were to betray the faith. Yet they are called deceitful and double-dealing, because they do as much as they can, and not more than they may. I found him telling Christians that they will always seem artificial, and wanting in openness and manliness, that they will always be a mystery to the world, and that the world will always think them rogues, and bidding them glory in what the world, i.e. the rest of their countrymen, disown, and say with Mawworm, I like to be despised. Now, how was I to know that the preacher, who had the reputation of being the most acute man of his generation, and of having a specially intimate acquaintance with the weaknesses of the human heart, was utterly blind to the broad meaning and the plain practical result of a sermon like this, delivered before fanatic and hot-headed young men, who hung upon his every word? That he did not foresee that they would think that they obeyed him by becoming affected, artificial, sly, shifty, ready for concealments and equivocations. And CPP 14-16. My accuser asked in this passage what did the sermon mean, and why was it preached? I will here answer this question, and with this view will speak, first of the matter of the sermon, then of its subject, then of its circumstances. 1. It was one of the last 6 sermons which I wrote when I was an Anglican. It was one of the 5 sermons I preached in St. Mary's between Christmas and Easter, 1843, the year when I gave up my living. The mise of the sermon is destroyed, but I believe, and my memory too bears me out, as far as it goes, that the sentence in question about celibacy and confession, of which this writer would make so much, was not preached at all. The volume, in which this sermon is found, was published after that I had given up St. Mary's, when I had no call on me to restrain the expression of anything which I might hold, and I stated an important fact about it in the advertisement, in these words: in preparing these sermons for publication, a few words and sentences have in several places been added, which will be found to express more of private or personal opinion, than it was expedient to introduce into the instruction. Delivered in church to a parochial congregation. Such introduction, however, seems unobjectionable in the case of compositions, which are detached from the sacred place and service to which they once belonged, and submitted to the reason and judgment of the general reader. This volume of sermons then cannot be criticized at all as preachments, they are essays of a man who, at the time of publishing them, was not a preacher. Such passages, as that in question, are just the very ones which I added upon my publishing them, and, as I always was on my guard in the pulpit against saying anything which looked towards Rome, I shall believe that I did not preach the obnoxious sentence till some one is found to testify that he heard it. At the same time I cannot conceive why the mention of sacramental confession, or of clerical celibacy, had I made it, was inconsistent with the position of an Anglican clergyman. For sacramental confession and absolution actually form a portion of the Anglican visitation of the sick, and though the 32nd article says that bishops, priests, and deacons are not commanded by God's law either to vow the state of single life or to abstain from marriage, and therefore it is lawful for them to marry, this proposition I did not dream of denying, nor is it inconsistent with St. Paul's doctrine, which I held, that it is good to abide even as he, i.e. in celibacy. But I have more to say on this point. This writer says, I know that men used to suspect Dr. Newman. I have been inclined to do so myself, of writing a whole sermon, not for the sake of the text or of the matter, but for the sake of one simple passing hint, one phrase, one epithet. Now observe, can there be a plainer testimony borne to the practical character of my sermons at St. Mary's than this gratuitous insinuation? Many a preacher of Tractarian doctrine has been accused of not letting his parishioners alone, and of teasing them with his private theological notions. The same report was spread about me 20 years ago as this writer spreads now, and the world believed that my sermons at St. Mary's were full of red-hot Tractarianism. Then strangers came to hear me preach, and were astonished at their own disappointment. I recollect the wife of a great prelate from a distance coming to hear me, and then expressing her surprise to find that I preached nothing but a plain humdrum sermon. I recollect how, when on the Sunday before commemoration one year, a number of strangers came to hear me, and I preached in my usual way, residents in Oxford, of high position, were loud in their satisfaction that on a great occasion, I had made a simple failure, for after all there was nothing in the sermon to hear. Well, but they were not going to let me off, for all my common sense view of duty. Accordingly they got up the charitable theory which this writer revives. They said that there was a double purpose in those plain addresses of mine, and that my sermons were never so artful as when they seemed commonplace, that there were sentences which redeemed their apparent simplicity and quietness. So they watched during the delivery of a sermon, which to them was too practical to be useful, for the concealed point of it, which they could at least imagine, if they could not discover. Men used to suspect Dr. Newman, he says, of writing a whole sermon, not for the sake of the text or of the matter, but for the sake of one single passing hint, one phrase, one epithet, one little barbed arrow, which, as he swept magnificently past on the stream of his calm eloquence, seemingly unconscious of all presences, save those unseen, he delivered unheeded, and see. To all appearance, he says, I was unconscious of all presences. He is not able to deny that the whole sermon had the appearance of being for the sake of the text and matter, therefore he suggests that perhaps it wasn't. 2. And now as to the subject of the sermon. The sermons of which the volume consists are such as are, more or less, exceptions to the rule which I ordinarily observed, as to the subjects which I introduced into the pulpit of St. Mary's. They are not purely ethical or doctrinal. They were for the most part caused by circumstances of the day or of the moment, and they belong to various years. One was written in 1832, 2 in 1836, 2 in 1838, 5 in 1840, 5 in 1841, 4 in 1842, 7 in 1843. Many of them are engaged on one subject, viz. in viewing the Church in its relation to the world. By the world was meant, not simply those multitudes which were not in the Church, but the existing body of human society, whether in the Church or not, whether Catholics, Protestants, Greeks, or Mahometans, theists or idolaters, as being ruled by principles, maxims, and instincts of their own, that is, of an unregenerate nature, whatever their supernatural privileges might be, greater or less, according to their form of religion. This view of the relation of the Church to the world as taken apart from questions of ecclesiastical politics, as they may be called, is often brought out in my sermons. Two occur to me at once: number 3 of my plain sermons, which was written in 1829, and number 15 of my third volume of Parochial, written in 1835. On the other hand, by church I meant in common with all writers connected with the tract movement, whatever their shades of opinion, and with the whole body of English divines, except those of the Puritan or Evangelical school, the whole of Christendom, from the Apostles' time till now, whatever their later divisions into Latin, Greek, and Anglican. I have explained this view of the subject above at pages 69 to 71 of this volume. When then I speak, in the particular sermon before us, of the members, or the rulers, or the action of the Church, I mean neither the Latin, nor the Greek, nor the English, taken by itself, but of the whole Church as one body, of Italy as one with England, of the Saxon or Norman as one with the Caroline Church. This was specially the one Church, and the points in which one branch or one period differed from another were not and could not be notes of the Church, because notes necessarily belong to the whole of the Church everywhere and always. This being my doctrine as to the relation of the Church to the world, I laid down in the sermon 3 principles concerning it, and there left the matter. The first is, that divine wisdom had framed for its action laws, which man, if left to himself, would have antecedently pronounced to be the worst possible for its success, and which in all ages have been called by the world, as they were in the Apostles' days, foolishness, that man ever relies on physical and material force, and on carnal inducements as Muhammad with his sword and his houris, or indeed almost as that theory of religion, called, since the sermon was written, muscular Christianity, but that our Lord, on the contrary, has substituted meekness for haughtiness, passiveness for violence, and innocence for craft, and that the event has shown the high wisdom of such an economy, for it has brought to light a set of natural laws, unknown before, by which the seeming paradox that weakness should be stronger than might, and simplicity than worldly policy, is readily explained. Secondly, I said that men of the world, judging by the event, and not recognizing the secret causes of the success, viz. a higher order of natural laws natural, though their source and action were supernatural, for the meek inherit the earth, by means of a meekness which comes from above, these men, I say, concluded, that the success which they witnessed must arise from some evil secret which the world had not mastered by means of magic, as they said in the first ages, by cunning as they say now. And accordingly they thought that the humility and inoffensiveness of Christians, or of churchmen, was a mere pretense and blind to cover the real causes of that success, which Christians could explain and would not, and that they were simply hypocrites. Thirdly, I suggested that shrewd ecclesiastics, who knew very well that there was neither magic nor craft in the matter, and, from their intimate acquaintance with what actually went on within the Church, discerned what were the real causes of its success, were of course under the temptation of substituting reason for conscience, and, instead of simply obeying the command, were led to do good that good might come, that is, to act in order to secure success, and not from a motive of faith. Some, I said, did yield to the temptation more or less, and their motives became mixed, and in this way the world in a more subtle shape had got into the Church, and hence it had come to pass, that, looking at its history from first to last, we could not possibly draw the line between good and evil there, and say either that everything was to be defended, or certain things to be condemned. I expressed the difficulty, which I suppose to be inherent in the Church, in the following words. I said, priestcraft has ever been considered the badge, and its imputation is a kind of note of the Church, and in part indeed truly, because the presence of powerful enemies, and the sense of their own weakness, has sometimes tempted Christians to the abuse, instead of the use of Christian wisdom, to be wise without being harmless, but partly, nay, for the most part, not truly, but slanderously, and merely because the world called their wisdom craft, when it was found to be a match for its own numbers and power. Such is the substance of the sermon, and as to the main drift of it, it was this, that I was, there and elsewhere, scrutinizing the course of the Church as a whole, as if philosophically, as an historical phenomenon, and observing the laws on which it was conducted. Hence the sermon, or essay as it more truly is written in a dry and unimpassioned way. It shows as little of human warmth of feeling as a sermon of Bishop Butler's. Yet, under that calm exterior there was a deep and keen sensitiveness, as I shall now proceed to show. 3. If I mistake not, it was written with a secret thought about myself. Every one preaches according to his frame of mind, at the time of preaching. One heaviness especially oppressed me at that season, which this writer, 20 years afterwards, has set himself with a good will to renew. It arose from the sense of the base calumnies which were heaped upon me on all sides. It is worth observing that this sermon is exactly contemporaneous with the report spread by a bishop, VIDSUPRP 181, that I had advised a clergyman converted to Catholicism to retain his living. This report was in circulation in February 1843, and my sermon was preached on the 19th. In the trouble of mind into which I was thrown by such calumnies as this, I gained, while I reviewed the history of the Church, at once an argument and a consolation. My argument was this: if I, who knew my own innocence, was so blackened by party prejudice, perhaps those high rulers and those servants of the Church, in the many ages which intervened between the early Nicene times and the present, who were laden with such grievous accusations, were innocent also, and this reflection served to make me tender towards those great names of the past, to whom weaknesses or crimes were imputed, and reconciled me to difficulties in ecclesiastical proceedings, which there were no means now of properly explaining. And the sympathy thus excited for them, reacted on myself, and I found comfort in being able to put myself under the shadow of those who had suffered as I was suffering, and who seemed to promise me their recompense, since I had a fellowship in their trial. In a letter to my bishop at the time of Tract 90, part of which I have quoted, I said that I had ever tried to keep innocency, and now 2 years had passed since then, and men were louder and louder in heaping on me the very charges, which this writer repeats out of my sermon, of fraud and cunning, craftiness and deceitfulness, double-dealing, priestcraft, of being mysterious, dark, subtle, designing, when I was all the time conscious to myself, in my degree, and after my measure, of sobriety, self-restraint, and control of word and feeling. I had had experience how my past success had been imputed to secret management, and how, when I had shown surprise at that success, that surprise again was imputed to deceit, and how my honest heartfelt submission to authority had been called, as it was called in a bishop's charge abroad, mystic humility, and how my silence was called an hypocrisy, and my faithfulness to my clerical engagements a secret correspondence with the enemy. And I found a way of destroying my sensitiveness about these things which jarred upon my sense of justice, and otherwise would have been too much for me, by the contemplation of a large law of the divine dispensation, and felt myself more and more able to bear in my own person a present trial, of which in my past writings I had expressed an anticipation. For this feeling and thus speaking this writer compares me to Mawworm. I found him telling Christians, he says, that they will always seem artificial, and wanting in openness and manliness, that they will always be a mystery to the world, and that the world will always think them rogues, and bidding them glory in what the world, that is, the rest of their fellow countrymen, disown, and say with Mawworm, I like to be despised. Now how was I to know that the preacher, was utterly blind to the broad meaning and the plain practical result of a sermon like this delivered before fanatic and hot-headed young men, who hung upon his every word. Fanatic and hot-headed young men, who hung on my every word. If he had undertaken to write a history, and not a romance, he would have easily found out, as I have said above, that from 1841 I had severed myself from the younger generation of Oxford, that Dr. Pusey and I had then closed our theological meetings at his house, that I had brought my own weekly evening parties to an end, that I preached only by fits and starts at St. Mary's, so that the attendance of young men was broken up, that in those very weeks from Christmas till over Easter, during which this sermon was preached, I was but 5 times in the pulpit there. He would have found, that it was written at a time when I was shunned rather than sought, when I had great sacrifices in anticipation, when I was thinking much of myself, that I was ruthlessly tearing myself away from my own followers, and that, in the musings of that sermon, I was at the very utmost only delivering a testimony in my behalf for time to come, not sowing my rhetoric broadcast for the chance of present sympathy. Again, he says, I found him actually using of such prelates, and, as I thought, of himself and his party likewise, the words they yield outwardly, to assent inwardly were to betray the faith. Yet they are called deceitful and double-dealing, because they do as much as they can, not more than they may. This too is a proof of my duplicity. Let this writer, in his dealings with someone else, go just a little further than he has gone with me, and let him get into a court of law for libel, and let him be convicted, and let him still fancy that his libel, though a libel, was true, and let us then see whether he will not in such a case yield outwardly, without assenting internally, and then again whether we should please him, if we called him deceitful and double-dealing, because he did as much as he could, not more than he ought to do. But Tract 90 will supply a real illustration of what I meant. I yielded to the bishops in outward act, viz. in not defending the tract, and in closing the series, but, not only did I not assent inwardly to any condemnation of it, but I opposed myself to the proposition of a condemnation on the part of authority. Yet I was then by the public called deceitful and double-dealing, as this writer calls me now, because I did as much as I felt I could do, and not more than I felt I could honestly do. Many were the publications of the day and the private letters, which accused me of shuffling, because I closed the series of tracts, yet kept the tracts on sale, as if I ought to comply not only with what my bishop asked, but with what he did not ask, and perhaps did not wish. However, such teaching, according to this writer, was likely to make young men suspect, that truth was not a virtue for its own sake, but only for the sake of the spread of Catholic opinions, and the salvation of their own souls, and that cunning was the weapon which heaven had allowed to them to defend themselves against the persecuting Protestant public. p. 16. And now I draw attention to a further point. He says, how was I to know that the preacher did not foresee that fanatic and hot-headed young men would think that they obeyed him, by becoming affected, artificial, sly, shifty, ready for concealments and equivocations? How should he know? What? I suppose that we are to think every man a knave till he is proved not to be such. No. Had he no friend to tell him whether I was affected or artificial myself? Could he not have done better than impute equivocations to me, at a time when I was in no sense answerable for the Apologia of the Roman casuists? Had he a single fact which belongs to me personally or by profession to couple my name with equivocation in 1843? How should he know that I was not sly, smooth, artificial, non-natural? He should know by that common manly frankness, by which we put confidence in others, till they are proved to have forfeited it. He should know it by my own words in that very sermon, in which I say it is best to be natural, and that reserve is at best but an unpleasant necessity. For I say there expressly I do not deny that there is something very engaging in a frank and unpretending manner, some persons have it more than others, in some persons it is a great grace. But it must be recollected that I am speaking of times of persecution and oppression to Christians, such as the text foretells, and then surely frankness will become nothing else than indignation at the oppressor, and vehement speech, if it is permitted. Accordingly, as persons have deep feelings, so they will find the necessity of self-control, lest they should say what they ought not. He sums up thus: if Dr. Newman would persist, as in this sermon, in dealing with matters dark, offensive, doubtful, sometimes actually forbidden, at least according to the notions of the great majority of English churchmen, if he would always do so in a tentative, paltering way, seldom or never letting the world know how much he believed, how far he intended to go, if, in a word, his method of teaching was a suspicious one, what wonder if the minds of men were filled with suspicions of him. p. 17. Now, in the course of my narrative, I have frankly admitted that I was tentative in such of my works as fairly allowed of the introduction into them of religious inquiry, but he is speaking of my sermons, where, then, is his proof that in my sermons I dealt in matters dark, offensive, doubtful, actually forbidden? He must show that I was tentative in my sermons, and he has the range of 8 volumes to gather evidence in. As to the 9th, my university sermons, of course I was tentative in them, but not because I would seldom or never let the world know how much I believed, or how far I intended to go, but because university sermons are commonly, and allowably, of the nature of disquisitions, as preached before a learned body, and because in deep subjects, which had not been fully investigated, I said as much as I believed, and about as far as I saw I could go, and a man cannot do more, and I account no man to be a philosopher who attempts to do more. Note D on page 213. Series of Saints' Lives of 1843-4. I have here an opportunity of preserving, what otherwise would be lost, the catalogue of English saints which I formed, as preparatory to the series of their lives which was begun in the above years. It is but a first essay, and has many obvious imperfections, but it may be useful to others as a step towards a complete hagiography for England. For instance, Saint Osberga is omitted, I suppose because it was not easy to learn anything about her. Boniface of Canterbury is inserted, though passed over by the Bollandists on the ground of the absence of proof of a cultus having been paid to him. The saints of Cornwall were too numerous to be attempted. Among the men of note, not saints, King Edward II is included from piety towards the founder of Oriel College. With these admissions I present my paper to the reader. Preparing for publication, in periodical numbers, in small 8vo, The Lives of the English Saints, edited by the Reverend John Henry Newman, B.D., Fellow of Oriel College. It is the compensation of the disorders and perplexities of these latter times of the Church that we have the history of the foregoing. We indeed of this day have been reserved to witness a disorganization of the city of God, which it never entered into the minds of the early believers to imagine, but we are witnesses also of its triumphs and of its luminaries through those many ages which have brought about the misfortunes which at present overshadow it. If they were blessed who lived in primitive times, and saw the fresh traces of their Lord, and heard the echoes of apostolic voices, blessed too are we whose special portion it is to see that same Lord revealed in his saints. The wonders of his grace in the soul of man, its creative power, its inexhaustible resources, its manifold operation, all this we know, as they knew it not. They never heard the names of Saint Gregory, Saint Bernard, Saint Francis, and Saint Louis. In fixing our thoughts then, as in an undertaking like the present, on the history of the saints, we are but availing ourselves of that solace and recompense of our peculiar trials which has been provided for our need by our gracious Master. And there are special reasons at this time for recurring to the saints of our own dear and glorious, most favored, yet most erring and most unfortunate England. Such a recurrence may serve to make us love our country better, and on truer grounds, than heretofore, to teach us to invest her territory, her cities and villages, her hills and springs, with sacred associations, to give us an insight into her present historical position in the course of the divine dispensation, to instruct us in the capabilities of the English character, and to open upon us the duties and the hopes to which that Church is heir, which was in former times the mother of St. Boniface and Saint Ethelreda. Even a selection or specimens of the hagiology of our country may suffice for some of these high purposes, and in so wide and rich a field of research it is almost presumptuous in one undertaking to aim at more than such a partial exhibition. The list that follows, though by no means so large as might have been drawn up, exceeds the limits which the editor proposes to his hopes, if not to his wishes, but, whether it is allowed him to accomplish a larger or smaller portion of it, it will be his aim to complete such subjects or periods as he begins before bringing it to a close. It is hardly necessary to observe that any list that is producible in this stage of the undertaking can but approximate to correctness and completeness in matters of detail, and even in the names which are selected to compose it. He has considered himself at liberty to include in the series such saints as have been born in England, though they have lived and laboured out of it, and such, again, as have been in any sufficient way connected with our country, though born out of it, for instance, missionaries or preachers in it, or spiritual or temporal rulers, or founders of religious institutions or houses. He has also included in the series a few eminent or holy persons, who, though not in the sacred catalogue, are recommended to our religious memory by their fame, learning, or the benefits they have conferred on posterity. These have been distinguished from the saints by printing their names in italics. It is proposed to page all the longer lives separately, the shorter will be thrown together in one. They will be published in monthly issues of not more than 128 pages each, and no regularity, whether of date or of subject, will be observed in the order of publication. But they will be so numbered as to admit ultimately of a general chronological arrangement. The separate writers are distinguished by letters subjoined to each life, and it should be added, to prevent misapprehension, that, since under the present circumstances of our Church, they are necessarily of various, though not divergent, doctrinal opinions, no one is answerable for any composition but his own. At the same time, the work professing an historical and ethical character, questions of theology will be, as far as possible, thrown into the background. J. H. N. Littlemore, September 9, 1843. Calendar of English Saints. January 1 Elvin, B. and Medwine, c. 2 Martyrs of Lichfield. 3 Melorus, M. 4 5 Edward, K.C. 6 Peter, A. 7 Ced, B. 8 Pega, V. Vulson, B. 9 Adrian, A. Bertwald, Arch. 10 Seth Rida, V. 11 Egwin, B. 12 Benedict Biscop, A. Ulred, A. 13 Kentigern, B. 14 Buno, A. 15 Cialulf, K. Mo. 16 Henry, Hermit. Furzy, A. 17 Mildwida, V. 18 Ulfred or Wulfred, M. 19 Wulstan, B. Henry, B. 20 21 22 Brithwold, B. 23 Boisel, A. 24 Kadok, A. 25 26 Theoritgida, V. 27 Bathildus, Queen. 28 29 Gildas, A. 30 31 Adamnan, Mo. Serapion, M. February. 1 2 Lawrence, Arch. 3 Werburga, V. 4 5 6 Ina, KMO7 Augulus, BM Richard, K8 Elfleda, A Kootman, C9 Thelio, B Tentrum Win, B1112 Ethelwold, B of Lindisfarne. Sedman, MO13 Erminalda, QA1415 Sigifried, B16 Finan, B17 18 19 20 Ulrich, H21 22 23 Milberga, V24 Luidhard, B Ethelbert of Kent, K25 Walberga, VA26 27 Alnoth, HM28 Oswald, B March 29. 1 David, Arch. Swibert, B2 Chad, B Willik, C Jovan, B3 Winwalo, A4 Owen, MO56 Keinberga and C Antaba, VV7 East Irwin, A William, Friar. 8 Felix, B9 Boza, B10 11 12 Elphage, B Paul de Leon, BC 13 14 Robert, H15 Edgith, A16 17 with Berga, V18 Edward, KM19 Alkmond, M20 Cuthbert, B Herbert, B21 22 23 Edelwald, H24 Hildalitha, A25 Alfwold of Sherburne, B and William, M26 27 28 29 Gundleus, H30 Mirwena, A31 April. 1 2 3 Richard, B4 5 6 7 8 9 Frithston, B10 11 Guthlake, H12 13 Caradoc, H14 Richard of Berry, B15 Paternus, B16 17 Stephen. A18 19 Elphage, Arch. 20 Adelbert, M Sedwala, K21 Anselm, Arch. Dr. 22 23 George M 24 25 26 27 28 29 Wilfred 2. Arch. 30 Erkenwald, B Swibird, B Maud, Q May. 1 Azaph, B Ulton, A Brio, BC2 Germanus, M345 Ethelred, KMO6 Eadbert, A7 John, Arch. Of Beverley. 8 9 10 11 Fremont, M12 13 14 15 16 Simon Stock, H17 18 Algiva, 19 Quetzales Dunstan, Arch. B Alcuin, A20 Ethelbert, KM21 Godric, H22 Weinwald, A Berthun, A Henry, K23 24 Ethelberga, 25 Quetzales Aldhelm, B26 Augustine, Arch. 27 Bede, DMO 28 Lanfranc, Arch. 29 30 Walston, C31 German, C June. 1 Wiston, KM234 Petrock, A5 Boniface, Arch. M6 Gudwall, B7 Robert, A8 William, Arch. 910 Evo, B and Ithamar, B1112 Eskil, BM1314 Ilarius, A15 Edberga, V1617 Bodolf, A John, 18 Franks 1920 Idaberga, V21 Agelmond, A22 Alban, and Amphibolus, mm 23 Ethelreda, VA24 Bartholomew, H25 Adalbert, C26 27 John, C of Moutier. 28 29 Margaret, Countess of Richmond. July 30th. 1 Julius, Aaron, mm Rumold, B Leon Orus, B2 Odo Sirs, B Swithuan, B3 Gunthiern, A4 Odo, Arch. 5 Modwena, VA6 Sexburga, A7 Adelberga, VA Hedda, B Willibald, B Erkengoda, V8 Grimbald, and Edgar, K9 Stephen Langton, Arch. 10 11 12 13 Mild Rita, VA 14 Mark Helm, C Boniface, Arch. 15 Deus Dedit, Arch. Plek Helm, B David, A and Editha of Tamworth, QV16 Hellier, HM17 Canelm, KM18 Edberga and Edgetha of Aylesbury, VV Frederick, BM19 20 21 22 23 24 Wolfwood and Ruffin, mm Luina, VM 25 26 27 Hugh, M28 Samson, B29 Lupus, B30 Tatewin, Arch, and Ermina V31 Germanus, B, and Neat, H. August. 1 Ethelwold, B. of Winton. 2 Etheldretha, V3 Walden, A45 Oswald, KM Thomas, MOM of Dover. 6 7 8 Coleman, B9 10 11 William of Wainfleet, B12 13 Wigbert, A. Walter, A14 Warenfrid, C15 16 17 18 Helen, Empress. 19 20 Oswin, KM 21 Richard, B. of Andrea. 22 Siegfried, A23 Ebba, VA 24 25 Ebba, VAM 26 Bregwin, Arch. Bradwardine, Arch. 27 Sturmius, A28 29 Sebus, K30 31 Eanswitta, VA Aden, AB Cuthberga, QV September. 1-2 William, B. of Roskid. William, 3 Franks 456 Bega, A7 Alkmund, A Tilburg, A89 Bert Ellen, H Wolfhilda or Wolfrides, A Tenetger, C11 Robert Kilwardby, Arch. 12 13 14 Richard Fox, B15 16 Ninian, B Edith, daughter of Edgar, V17 Socrates and Stephen, mm 18 19 Theodore, Arch. 2021 Haracewide, Q Edward II. K 22 23 24 25 Sealfred, A 26 27 William of Wickham, B 28 Liaba, VA 29 B Richard of Hampole, H 30 Honorius, Arch. October. 1 Roger, B 2 Thomas of Hereford, B 3 Ewelds, 2, mm 45 Walter Stapleton, B Aka, B 6 YWY, C 7 Ositha, QVM 8 Senu, V 9 Lena, V, and Robert Groted, B 10 Paulinus, Arch. John, C of Burlington. 11 Edilberga, VA 12 Edwin, K 13 14 Burchard, B 15 Tekla, VA 16 Lullis, Arch. 17 Ethelred, Ethelbride, mm 18 Walter de Merton, B 19 Fritzwide, V and Ethben, A 20 21 Ursula, VM 22 Mello, BC 23 24 Magloire, B 25 John of Salisbury, B 26 Ida, B 27 Witta, B 28 B Alfred. 29 Sigebert, K Alfreda, A 30 31 Foylian, BM November. 123 Wayne Fred, VM Rumwald, C4 Brinstan, B Claris, M5 Kungar, H6 Iltud, A and Winoke, A7 Villabroad, B8 Wilhad, BT Cilio, B9 10 Justice, Arch. 11 12 Lebwin, C13 Eadberga of Menstre, A14 Dubricius, BC 15 Mallow, B16 Edmund, B17 Hilda, A Hugh, B18 19 Ermenberga, 20 Quetzales Edmund, KM Humbert, BM 21 22 Paulinus, A23 Daniel, BC 24 25 26 27 28 Edwold, M29 December 30th. 1-2 Weed, V3 Birinus, B Lucius, K and Sola, H4 Osmond, B5 Christina, V6 7 8 John Peckham, Arch. 9 10 11 Alfleda, A12 Corentin, BC 13 Ethelberga, Q wife of Edwin. 14 15 16 17 18 Weinbald, A19 20 21 Eadberga, VA 22 23 24 25 26 Tathai, C 27 Gerald, AB 28 29 Thomas, Arch. M 30 31 NB St. William, Austin Friar, Ingulphius, and Peter of Blois have not been introduced into the above calendar, their days of death or festival not being as yet ascertained. Chronological arrangement. 2nd century. 182 December 3rd. Lucius, K. of the British. January 1st. Elvin, B. and Medwine, C. envoys from St. Lucius to Rome. 4th century. 300 October 22nd. Mello, B.C. of Rouen. 303 AP 23. George, M. under Diocletian. Patron of England. June 22. Alban and Amphibolus, mm July 1. Julius and Aaron, mm of Caerleon. 304 January 2nd. Martyrs of Lichfield. February 7. Augulus, B.M. of London. 328 August 18th. Helen, Empress, mother of Constantine. 388 September 17. Socrates and Stephen, MM perhaps in Wales. 411 January 3rd. Melorus, M in Cornwall. 5th century. 432 September 16. Ninian, B apostle of the southern Picts. 429 July 31st. Germanus, B.C. of Auxerre. July 29th. Lupus, B.C. of Troyes. 502 May 1st. Briac, B.C., disciple of Saint Germanus. 490 October 8th. Senu, Orkina, v. sister-in-law of Gundleus. 492 March 29th. Gundleus, hermit, in Wales. July 3rd. Gunthierne, A., in Brittany. 453 October 21st. Ursula, V.M. near Cologne. Before 500 December 12th. Corentin, B.C. of Campere. 5th and 6th centuries. Welsh schools. 444 to 522 November 14th. Dubricius, B.C., 1st Bishop of Llandaff. 520 November 22nd. Paulinus, A. of Whitland, tutor of Saint David and Saint Thelio. 445 to 544 March 1st. David, Arch. of Menevia, afterwards called from him. About 500 December 26th. Tathai, C. Master of Saint Cadoc. 480 January 24th. Cadoc, A. son of Saint Gundleus, and nephew of Saint Kina. About 513 November 6th. Iltud, A. converted by Saint Cadoc. 545 November 23rd. Daniel, B.C., 1st Bishop of Bangor. Aft. 559 April 18th. Paternus, B.A., pupil of Saint Iltud. 573 March 12th. Paul, B.C. of Lyon, pupil of Saint Iltud. March 2nd. Ioavan, B., pupil of Saint Paul. 599 July 28th. Samson, B., pupil of Saint Iltud, cousin of Saint Paul de Leon. 565 November 15th. Mallow, B., cousin of Saint Samson. 575 October 24th. Magloire, B., cousin of Saint Mallow. 583 January 29th. Gildas, A. Pupil of Saint Iltude. July 1st. Leon Orus, B. Pupil of Saint Iltude. 604 February 9th. Thelio, B. of Landaf, pupil of Saint Dubricius. 560 July 2nd. Udo Sirs, B. nephew to Saint Thelio. 500 to 580 October 19th. Ethban, A. pupil of Saint Samson. 516 to 601 January 13th. Kentigern, B. of Glasgow, founder of Monastery of Ly. 6th century. 529 March 3rd. Winwalo, A. in Brittany. 564 June 4th. Petrock, A. in Cornwall. July 16th. Hellier, Hermit, M. in Jersey. June 27th. John, C. of Moutier, in Tours. 590 May 1st. Asaph, B. of Ly, afterwards called after him. About 600 June 6th. Gudwal, B. of Alath in Brittany. November 8th. Tecilio, B. of Saint Asaph. 7th century. Part I 600 June 10th. Evo, or Ivia, B. from Persia. 596 February 24th. Luidhard, B. of Senlis, in France. 616 February 24th. Ethelbert, K. of Kent. 608 May 26th. Augustine, Arch. of Canterbury, Apostle of England. 624 April 24th. Mellitus, Arch. of Canterbury 619 February 2nd. Lawrence, Arch. of Canterbury Companions of St 608 January 6th. Peter, A. at Canterbury Augustine. 627 November 10th. Justus, Arch. of Canterbury 653 September 30. Honorius, Arch. of Canterbury 662 July 15th. Deus Dedit, Arch. of Canterbury. 7th century. Part 2. 642 October 29th. Sigebert, K. of the East Angles. 646 March 8th. Felix, B. of Dunwich, Apostle of the East Angles. 650 January 16th. Fursey, A. preacher among the East Angles. 680 May 1st. Ulton, A. brother of Saint Fursey. 655 October 31st. Foylian, B.M., brother of Saint Fursey, preacher in the Netherlands. 680 June 17th. Bodulf, A. in Lincolnshire or Sussex. 671 June 10th. Ithamar, B. of Rochester. 650 December 3rd. Birinus, B. of Dorchester. 705 July 7th. Hedda, B. of Dorchester. 717 January 11th. Egwin, B. of Worcester. 7th century. Part 3. 690 September 19. Theodore, Arch. of Canterbury. 709 January 9th. Adrian, A. in Canterbury. 709 May 25th. Aldhelm, B. of Sherborne, pupil of Saint Adrian. 7th century. Part 4. 630 November 3rd. Winefred, V.M. in Wales. 642 February 4th. Liffard, M.B., slain near Cambrai. 660 January 14th. Buno, A., kinsman of Saint Cadocis and Saint Kentigern. 673 October 7th. Osjatha, QVM, in East Anglia during a Danish inroad. 630 June 14th. Hilarious, A. in Wales. 680 January 27th. Bathildus, Q., wife of Clovis II, King of France. 687 July 24th. Luina, V.M., put to death by the Saxons. 700 July 18th. Edburga and Edgetha, V.V. of Aylesbury. 7th century. Part V 644 October 10th. Paulinus, Arch. of York, companion of Saint Augustine. 633 October 12th. Edwin, K. of Northumberland. December 13th. Ethelberga, Q., wife to Saint Edwin. 642 August 5th. Oswald, K.M., Saint Edwin's nephew. 651 August 20th. Oswin, K.M., cousin to Saint Oswald. 683 August 23rd. Ebba, V.A. of Coldingham, half-sister to Saint Oswin. 689 January 31st. Adamnan, M.O. of Coldingham. 7th century. Part 6 Whitby. 650 September 6. Bega, V.A., foundress of St. Bees, called after her. 681 November 17th. Hilda, A. of Whitby, daughter of St. Edwin's nephew. 716 December 11th. Elfleda, A. of Whitby, daughter of St. Oswin. 680 February 12th. Sedman, M.O. of Whitby. 7th and 8th centuries. Part I September 21. Hareswida, Q., sister of Hilda, wife of Anas, who succeeded Egric, Sigbert's cousin. 654 January 10th. Sethrida, V.A. of Fairmudir, Saint Hareswida's daughter by a former marriage. 693 April 30th. Erkenwald, A.B., son of Anas and Saint Hareswida, Bishop of London, Abbot of Chertsey, founder of Barking. 677 August 29th. Sebus, K., converted by Saint Erkenwald. May 31st. German, C., son of Anas and Saint Hareswida. 650 July 7th. Adelberga, V.A. of Fairmudir, natural daughter of Anas. 679 June 23rd. Ethelreda, Etheltrudes, or Audrey, V.A., daughter of Anas and Saint Hareswida. March 17th. With Bergat, V., daughter of Anas and Saint Hareswida. 699 July 6th. Sexburga, A., daughter of Anas and Saint Hareswida. 660 July 7th. Erkengoda, or Ertungada, V.A. of Fairmudir, daughter of Saint Sexburga. 699 February 13th. Ermenilda, Q.A., daughter of Saint Sexburga, wife of Wulfra. Aft. 675 February 3rd. Werburga, V., daughter of Saint Ermenilda and Wulfra, patron of Chester. About 680 February 27th. Alnoth, H.M., bailiff to Saint Werburga. 640 August 31st. Eanswida, V.A., sister-in-law of Saint Sexburga, granddaughter to Saint Ethelbert. 668 October 17th. Ethelred and Ethelbride, mm, nephews of Saint Eanswita. July 30th. Ermenegitha, v, niece of Saint Eanswita. 676 October 11th. Edilberga, va of Barking, daughter of Anas and Saint Hareswita. 678 January 26th. Theoritgita, v, nun of Barking. Aft. 713 August 31st. Cuthberga, qv, of Barking, sister of Saint Ina. 700 March 24th. Hildalitha, a of Barking. 728 February 6th. Ina, KMO of the West Saxons. 740 May 24th. Ethelberga, Q, wife of Saint Ina, nun at Barking. 7th and 8th centuries. Part 2. 652 June 20th. Idaberga, v. 696 March 6th. Keinberga, Qa. 701 Kinneswitha, v. Daughters of King Penda. Chidestre, v. 692 December 2nd. Weta, va 696 March 6th. Tabat, v. their kinswoman. November 3rd. Rumwald, c. grandson of Penda. 680 November 19th. Ermenberga, q. mother to the three following. February 23rd. Milberga, va of Wenlock, granddaughters of July 13th. Mild Rita, va of Menstre Penda. 676 January 17th. Mulwita, or Miljitha, v. 750 November 13th. Edberga, a of Menstre. 7th and 8th centuries. Part 3. 670 July 24th. Wulfit and Ruffin, mm, sons of Wulfera, Penda's son, and of Saint Ermenilda. 672 March 2nd. Chad, B of Lichfield. 664 January 7th. Said, B of London. 688 March 4th. Owen, M.O. of Lichfield. 689 April 20th. Sedwala, K. of West Saxons. 690 to 725 November 5th. Cungar, H. in Somersetshire. 700 February 10th. Trimwin, B. of the Picts. 705 March 9th. Boza, Arch. of York. 709 April 24th. Wilfrid, Arch. of York. 721 May 7th. John of Beverley, Arch. of York. 743 April 29th. Wilfrid II, Arch. of York. 733 May 22nd. Berthun, A. of Darewood, disciple of St. John of Beverley. 751 May 22nd. Wynwald, A. of Darewood. 7th and 8th centuries. Part 4 Missions. 729 April 24th. Egbert, C. Master to Villebroord. 693 October 3rd. Ewelds, 2, mm in Westphalia. 690 to 736 November 7th. Villebroord, B. of Utrecht, Apostle of Friesland. 717 March 1st. Swibert, B. Apostle of Westphalia. 727 March 2nd. Willique, c. Successor to Saint Swibert. 705 June 25. Adalbert, c. Grandson of Saint Oswald, preacher in Holland. 705 August 14. Werenfrid, c. Preacher in Friesland. 720 June 21. Engelmond, a. Preacher in Holland. 730 September 10. Etger, c. In Low Countries. 732 July 15. Plekhelm, b. Preacher in Gelderland. 750 May 2. Germanus, B.M. in the Netherlands. 760 November 12. Lebwin, c. in Overijssel, in Holland. 760 July 14. Mark Helm, c. Companion of Saint Lebwin, in Holland. 697 to 755 June 5. Boniface, Arch, M. of Mainz, Apostle of Germany. 712 February 7. Richard, K. of the West Saxons. 704 to 790 July 7. Willibald, B. of Eichstätt in Franconia 730 to 760 December 18. Weinbald, A. of Heidenheim Children of Insuabia St. Richard. 779 February 25. Walburga, V.A. of Heidenheim Aft. 755 September 28. Liaba, V.A. of Bischersheim 750 October 15. Tekla, V.A. of Kitzingen, in Franconia Companions of St. 788 October 16. Lullas, Arch. Of Mentz Boniface. About 747 August 13. Wigbert, A. of Fritzlar and Ortdorf, in Germany 755 April 20. Adelher, B.M. of Erfurt, in Franconia 780 August 27. Sturmius, A. of Fulda 786 October 27. Witta, or Albuinus, B. of Boraberg, in Germany 791 November 8. Wilhad, B. of Bremen, and Apostle of Saxony Companion 791 October 14. Burchard, B. of Würzburg, in Franconia of St. 790 December 3. Sola, H., near Eichstätt, in Franconia Boniface. 775 July 1. Romold, B., patron of Mechlin. 807 April 30. Swibert, B. of Verden in Westphalia. 7th and 8th centuries. Partvelandisfarn and Hexham. 670 January 23. Boisel, A. of Melrose, in Scotland. 651 August 31. Aiton, A.B. of Lindisfarne. 664 February 16. Finan, B. of Lindisfarne. 676 August 8. Coleman, B. of Lindisfarne. 685 October 26. Ida, B. of Hexham. 687 March 20. Cuthbert, B. of Lindisfarne. October 6. YWY, C. Disciple of Saint Cuthbert. 690 March 20. Herbert, H. Disciple of Saint Cuthbert. 698 May 6. Edbert, B. of Lindisfarne. 700 March 23. Edelwald, H. Successor of Saint Cuthbert, in his hermitage. 740 February 12. Ethelwold, B. of Lindisfarne. 740 November 20. Aka, B of Hexham. 764 January 15th. Sialulf, KMO of Lindisfarne. 756 March 6th. Balther, H at Lindisfarne. Bilfred, H Goldsmith at Lindisfarne. 781 September 7. Alchmond, B of Hexham. 789 September 7. Tilburd, B of Hexham. 7th and 8th centuries. Part 6 Wearmouth and Yarrow. 703 January 12th. Benedict Biscop, A of Wearmouth. 685 March 7th. East Irwin, A of Wearmouth. 689 August 22nd. Siegfried, A of Wearmouth. 716 September 25. Seofrid, A of Yarrow. 734 May 27th. Bede, Dr., M.O. of Yarrow. 804 May 19th. B. Alcuin, A. in France. 8th century. 710 May 5th. Ethelred, K.M.O. King of Mercia, Monk of Bardney. 719 January 8th. Pega, V., sister of Saint Guthlake. 714 April 11th. Guthlake, H. of Croyland. 717 November 6th. Winoke, A. in Brittany. 730 January 9th. Bertwald, Arch. of Canterbury. 732 December 27th. Gerald, A.B. in Mayo. 734 July 30th. Tatewin, Arch. of Canterbury. 750 October 19th. Fridswide, V. Patron of Oxford. 762 August 26th. Bregwin, Arch. of Canterbury. 700 to 800 February 8th. Coodman, C. of Stenning in Sussex. Before 800 September 9. Bert Ellen, H. Patron of Stafford. 8th and 9th centuries. 793 May 20th. Ethelbert, K.M. of the East Angles. 834 August 2nd. Etheldretha, or Alfreda, v. daughter of Offa, King of Mercia, nun at Croyland. 819 July 17th. Canelm, K.M. of Mercia. 849 June 1st. Wiston, K.M. of Mercia. 838 July 18th. Frederick, Arch. M. of Utrecht. 894 November 4th. Clarus, M. in Normandy. 9th century. Part I Danish slaughters, and c. 819 March 19th. Alkmund, M., son of Eldred, King of Northumbria, patron of Derby. 870 November 20th. Edmund, K.M. of the East Angles. 862 May 11th. Fremont, H.M. nobleman of East Anglia. 870 November 20th. Humbert, B.M. of Elman in East Anglia. 867 August 25th. Ebba, V.A.M. of Coldingham. 9th century. Part 2. 862 July 2nd. Swithuan, B. of Winton. 870 July 5th. Modwenna, V.A. of Polesworth in Warwickshire. October 9th. Lena, V. nun at Polesworth. 871 March 15th. Edgith, V.A. of Polesworth, sister of King Ethelwulf. 900 December 21st. Eadburga, Va of Winton, daughter of King Ethelwulf. 880 November 28. Edwold, H., brother of Saint Edmund. 9th and 10th centuries. 883 July 31. Nead, H. in Cornwall. 903 July 8. Grimbald, A. at Winton. 900 October 28. B. Alfred, K. 929 April 9. Frithston, B. of Winton. 934 November 4. Brinstan, B. of Winton. 10th century. Part I 960 June 15. Edburga, v. nun at Winton, granddaughter of Alfred. 926 July 15. Editha, Q.V., nun of Tamworth, sister to Edburga. 921 May 18. Algifa, or Algiva, Q., mother of Edgar. 975 July 8. Edgar, K. 978 March 18. Edward, K.M. at Corfe Castle. 984 September 16. Edith, v., daughter of Saint Edgar and Saint Wulfhilda. 990 September 9. Wulfhilda, or Wulfrida, A. of Wilton. 980 March 30. Mirwena, V.A. of Romsey. 990 October 29. Elfreda, A. of Romsey. 1016 December 5. Christina of Romsey, v. sister of Saint Margaret of Scotland. 10th century. Part 2. 961 July 4. Odo, Arch. of Canterbury, Benedictine monk. 960 to 992 February 28. Oswald, Arch. of York, B. of Worcester, nephew to Saint Odo. 951-1012 March 12. Elphage the Bald, B. of Winton. 988 May 19. Dunstan, Arch. of Canterbury. 973 January 8. Vulsin, B. of Sherborne. 984 August 1. Ethelwold, B. of Winton. 1015 January 22. Brithwold, B. of Winton. 10th and 11th centuries. Missions. 950 February 15. Sigfrid, B. Apostle of Sweden. 1016 June 12. Eskil, B.M. in Sweden, kinsman of Saint Sigfrid. 1028 January 18. Wilfred, M. in Sweden. 1050 July 15. David, A. Cluniac in Sweden. 11th century. 1012 April 19. Elphage, M. Arch. of Canterbury. 1016 May 30. Walston, C. near Norwich. 1053 March 31. Alfwold, B. of Sherborne. 1067 September 2. William, B. of Roskilde in Denmark. 1066 January 5. Edward, K.C. 1099 December 4. Osmond, B. of Salisbury. 11th and 12th centuries. 1095 January 19. Wulstan, B. of Worcester. 1089 May 28. Lanfranc, Arch. of Canterbury. 1109 April 21. Anselm, Doctor, Arch. of Canterbury. 1170 December 29. Thomas, Arch. M. of Canterbury. 1200 November 17th. Hugh, B. of Lincoln, Carthusian monk. 12th century. Part I 1109 Ingulphius, A. of Croyland. 1117 April 30th. B. Maud, Q. wife of Henry I 1124 April 13th. Caradoc, H. in South Wales. 1127 January 16th. Henry, H. in Northumberland. 1144 March 25th. William, M. of Norwich. 1151 January 19th. Henry, M. B. of Upsal. 1150 August 13th. Walter, A. of Fontenelle, in France. 1154 June 8th. William, Arch. of York. 1170 May 21st. Godric, H. in Durham. 1180 October 25th. John of Salisbury, B. of Chartres. 1182 June 24th. Bartholomew, C. monk at Durham. 1189 February 4th. Gilbert, A. of Sempringham. 1190 August 21st. Richard, B. of Andria. 1200 Peter de Blois, Arch. of Beth. 12th century. Part 2 Cistercian order. 1134 April 17th. Stephen, A. of Citiaz. 1139 June 7th. Robert, A. of Newminster in Northumberland. 1154 February 20th. Ulrich, H. in Dorsetshire. 1160 August 3rd. Walden, A. of Melrose. 1166 January 12th. Ulred, A. of Revel. 13th century. Part I 1228 July 9th. Stephen Langton, Arch.